everyone, hope y'all doing good today. We're back with another art stream. Alright, as you can tell from the title, we're gonna be doing an art stream for Fossil Fighters Champions team over here. Because we're pretty much done with Fossil Fighters Champions. Gonna finish it up on Fridays. So, I wanted to commemorate my team with just a little something, kind of like what I did for my first Fossil Fighters team, if I can still find them. Actually, I want to show it off. It'll be here somewhere. Alright, let me see where it is. Also, just want to make sure my mic is still on. I was a bit paranoid that I'm getting to unmute first. But anyways, let's see. Fossil Fighters team, hold on. Alrighty. And hold on. Alright, here it is. So there we go. This is the artwork I made for my first Fossil Fighters team. Still pretty proud of it. Got Spinax, my starter here, Megalo, and Raptor. And I gotta do something over here with these guys, Tefla, Triceratops, and Goyle. So this one's actually gonna be interesting because I have some experience drawing like Tyrannosaurus, Spinosaurus, maybe Dromaeosaurus. But for one thing, Tefla isn't your average theropod, so it's gonna be a bit weird. It's supposed to be a super evolver form of arrows, so I guess I can base it mostly off Erosteon. But adding the kind of like butterfly wings around it's gonna be interesting how I do that. And I have like no experience drawing Ankylosaurus and Ceratopsian, so that's gonna be interesting. But I'll try. Alright. I guess. Okay, well, I think we'll start with Goyle since. Well, I think Arrows was my starter, so I think I'm actually going to save him for last, like the grand finale. So we start here with Goyle as our supporter. Alright. So I actually know what dinosaur he's based off of, so I forgot the exact name, but it's like Gargoylosaurus. There we go. So I want to get a picture of it to use as a reference. Because again, I'm not very good with, I have not much experience with drawing Kylosaurus, so I might need it. Let's see. Let's see. I need one with a good angle. Okay, actually, I think this looks alright. Alright, this one's made by Green Mamba on DeviantArt, so definitely check them out if you wish. There we go. Gargoylosaurus here. Alright. Oh, a bit before work. Hello, Sliver. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day today. And thank you for stopping by. And when you do have to leave, I hope that everything goes well at work. don't mind me. I'm just here drawing some dino friends from this game called Fossil Fighters Champions. Here they are pretty much in game, and I'm starting by drawing this guy over here. Alright. Alright, so now remember to draw it as a beak. Well, sort of beak. But very bumpy-ish heads. Okay. I'm trying to visualize it in my head and us. I think we can work with this. Alright, let me make the brush a bit, well, the eraser a bit smaller. There we go. Okay, so it's a bit laggy with my devices, but alright. So it looks like a bit like that. Alrighty. Let's... Okay, hold on. There we go, now it's working. Okay, I do find there's storms around, but nothing I can't have. Ah, that's good. Hopefully the storm still clears up though. Those aren't exactly the most pleasant. Thankfully, I haven't had any, like, big thunderstorms lately, but I haven't gotten much snow either, which is kind of disappointing. I was hoping to have a white Christmas. But it's fine. Nice. Pretty small eyes around here. Alright. I want to get more. We try to word it. I want to find more references for like head. Alright, there we go. Let me see. It's too warm where I live for the dead of winter. Same here. It's kind of odd. Like when I look outside, it doesn't really feel much like winter. It's still kind of. It feels like it's still like fall. I don't know what's up with that. Alright, now that I'm looking around all these references here, realize that Gargoylosaurus actually has a pretty long head for Ankylosaur, so I want to extend this here. Does this work, or do I want to see? Okay, I think this works for now. Might want to redraw it later, we'll see. Alright, so which one? I'm not finding a lot of references. Well, not a lot of references with credits. Most of them are just kind of stock images. And I don't know if they're the most accurate ones. Accurate. Okay, let me try Gargoylosaurus paleo art. Hopefully I can find something good there. Okay, I guess this works. Let's see. Alright, please tell me there's credits here. Alright. Okay, but this was made by Batavo Tyrannus. So check them out on DNR. There we go. Right. Let's see. Bit of quality. Nice. Around the back of the head, it has those little horns, sort of. The other Ankylosaurus has. So I want to make it something like now. I think I want the end to be a bit more rounder. A bit better. I don't know. Okay. Let's try this then. It's okay if like they overlap a bit, because it's pretty much just like kind of like a base and not the actual line art just yet. Alright. It's a bit of lag for some reason with my stylus. Alright. I think it's alright now. You should probably see a bit of like the horns on the other side too. So going something like this. Yeah, I think I see it a bit there. Alright. And I can't find it. And Kylosaurs are pretty low to the ground, so we don't need to lower the neck down too much. Something like this should look alright. That's it. Okay. Looks a bit more hunched back on this one. I want to see this one then. Okay. I think this is alright, guys. Actually, I want to look at this one again. Okay, maybe I want to rise this one up a bit. Kind of hard to do with, like, my device is kind of lagging a bit for some reason. Alright, there we go. Maybe I could get rid of. Actually, I want. Maybe I shouldn't have both of these open, so I'll take Bill here for reference. That was not what I wanted to do. Hold on. Over here. Alright. How about now? Alright, there we go. Okay, and they're noticing a bit of lag, I think, with Creed. It might be because I might need to restart Krita real quick. Hold on. So name this Team 2 for now. Alright. Alright. I'll get rid of Krita for now. And then bring it back up. And hopefully that should fix everything. Alright. But on the plus side of things, Stylus is still working, so I don't need to draw from my mouse anymore. I mean, last time when I had to draw with my mouse, I wouldn't say I did too badly, but I do feel like it's a bit more comfortable using the stylus, I'd say. Alright, just... Hold on, what? Just take it a bit for Krita to load back in. Don't know what's up with that. Alright, but as I was saying, I guess just like using the stylus is just more natural to me, I guess. Whereas with like the mouse, I was a bit nervous that I noticed my hand was kind of fidgeting around a bit when I was using it. I don't know why, I got very shaky hands. Alright, but anyways, now we're back. Alright. I think that looks alright. Now for the legs. Okay, so for an Ankylosaurus, Goyle's legs are actually pretty long. Let's see. Let's say something like this will look alright, I think. And then over here would probably be like the shoulder-ish area. Maybe a little bit lower down here. Alright, and then something for another leg there. I think I want to have it up in the air a bit though, like it's walking about. I don't know if the legs would look like this though, if I was walking around. Alright, hold on. Now we gotta do this leg over here. Alrighty. And I don't have the best experience with drawing Ankylosaur, so it may not turn out the best, but I'll do my best with it. Alright. So now for the actual line art. Already up past it here. And this piece. Line art so I don't mess it up. Alright. Nice. Let's do this. My hand is still fidgeting up a bit. Alright, that looks good. I'll just need to erase that little bit over there. Alright. Looks a bit too low. Maybe I'll do this. Do I... doesn't look right. Maybe I'll do this so it looks... I'll get back to that one. I'll get back. Nice. Now we need to do this. Ooh, okay, those look good. Now I need to erase that tidbit of the head there. And then over here for the lower kind of horn here. I'm pretty sure these are like considered horns. Alright. Let's do this. Alright, get rid of base. Alright. Go here again. I don't know, I don't know if I really like it. Actually, I should probably keep those where they are. I want to get a different reference just for like an Kylosaur head. Looks iffy to me. Ooh, okay, this is a really good one. It's a different Ankylosaur. Let me see, it's a... no... Ankylosaurus. Alright, so this one was made by Andre Ochid. Doesn't say what sites they're normally on, but be sure to check them out too. Alright. There we go. Alright, that is zoom you in. Alright, well let's see. Alright, so there's kind of the horn over there. And here's mine. Yeah, they do not look good. I put the base back in here. Alright. So around where the eye is. Maybe a little more to the side. Hold on. Okay, I think I'm going somewhere in the right direction with this one, I feel. Maybe sharper. Alright, and then another one down here. Let's see, like this maybe. I don't know. Nope, that doesn't look good either. I guess this one can work for now. But if I don't like it, I can change it back later. Alright. I feel like we definitely got like the bumpy part of the heads looking alright. Alright. So then, now for the bottom side. I'm not sure I'm still on the right layer. Alright, I should be. Get rid of you. Alright, I want to try something like this, and then I guess need to make the legs quite a bit longer. It's gonna look a bit funky for an Ankylosaur. Let's try something like this for like the nose. Alright, and then here. Alright. Alright. Still something like now. You know, it should be lower because the top side of the body needs to be covered in like the bony armor plating. Alright. Nope. Let's see. I want to get rid of this part here. Alright, that looks a little bit better. Get rid of these. And then, those are what the... I want to check first to make sure those are what the toes are actually like. Okay, they are. Because they're a bit. Sometimes our feet look quite a bit different than this. Like, not too long ago, I think people found fossilized tooth for an Ankylosaurus, I believe. And that's pretty interesting to learn a while back. Back then, I don't think there was... I can't word today, but... I guess like hadrosaur feet looked more like this, but now we know that they actually did kind of have hooves. At least some of them did, like Ankylosaurus earlier. I remember while doing research for kind of facts I do on Twitter, I remember I learned something about fossilized stegosaurid tracks that were attributed to one of the stegosaurs I was trying to look into. I don't remember what it was though. Well, hopefully it'll come back to my mind eventually. First, I want to look again at some more references for their feet. See how they look. I feel like mine look too theropod-like in my opinions. The little toe claws are way too big. So some people make them more rounder. Some of them actually look a bit like the ones I made. I feel like I want to go with the more rounder approach. We don't need to erase them at least, but we gotta curve them up a bit. Yeah, I think that looks better already. So I want to keep going with that. Okay. That one I need to change up a bit. Alright, I think that one kind of works now. And now for this leg. Alright, so those little toesies over here. There we go. Might have made it too long. Yeah, it looks a bit weird. Little toe claws here. And there we go. Maybe I think that one might be too high up. Okay, it should be fine. Might want to lower it a tiny bit. Yeah, okay, I think that should be good. I want to make this part here a bit wider. For big dinos, they needed very wide, strong legs to support all their weight. So I think this will finish it off, and it looks odd. Does this? No, it doesn't look like it works. There we go. Alright, hold on, let's try. I'm gonna try something else. Alright. Maybe I should make those a bit smaller. Alright. Alright, going to erase all of this. Maybe move this one here back. I'm gonna try this. Alright, I think that works. Now we need to move this one with this part forward. Alright. We can get rid of the base now. And these parts over here we can remove too. Although here looks a bit awkward. Fix that up. Alrighties. Maybe I want to add a little bit more of a slope here for the tail. But otherwise, I think this looks looking alright. Well, my first Ankylosaur, I think I'm doing alright here. Well, I probably tried drawing Ankylosaurs before as a kid, but it's my first real attempt drawing an Ankylosaur. So if I did draw an Ankylosaur as a kid, it was probably just because I was drawing it to have a theropod unit. I was very obsessed with theropods and like the big hungry theropods, and I mean theropods are still my favorite type of dinosaur to this day, but I got more of an appreciation for the herbivores too. Also the theropods that turn herbivore, like the Therizinosaurids, and I guess possibly ornithopods. We don't really know about them too much, I don't think. Probably herbivorous, I'd say, at least. Can't really tell because their beaks didn't really have anything that really said they were specialized for one particular thing. Anyways. Alright, let's... Oh, I guess kind of blade like osteoderms over here. Yeah, okay. Actually, I think the larger ones are supposed to be over here above the arms. Hold on. Okay, I think that works. So get rid of this part here. Want to patch this up. And then keep going. Let's try. Alright, it works. And then alright, they curve upwards. With the legs there. So let's do that. Sort of. Have it higher up. Alright, that works. And have another one here. Did I have any one up? No. This kind of works. And there we go. Oh, hello, Pirate Lily. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everyone. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Hope you're all having a lovely day today. Oh, and thank you for the host as well. How are you all doing? And I hope you all came from a good stream. Hope you all had a bunch of fun before coming here. I think you were playing Pokemon Shining Pearl. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm doing good. Gonna go relax after streaming though, so have fun. Alrighty. Well, go relax and have fun too. Glad you're doing well. Nice. Let's do it. Now make the bony armored plating around his back. I guess I'll just keep doing it like this. Make a very bumpy boy. There we go. Oh, that one doesn't look good. Do that. I might want to redo that one. Alright, that works. That one from over here too. Nice. Should they be touched? I feel like they should be more spaced out. I should make this one a bit smaller. I had a few small ones over here too. Right above like the kind of blades over here on the side. These aren't really the right word. It's more like spines on the side. I guess probably I should have a few should be kind of sticking out around here. Do this, get rid of the line there. Alright. All the way along the side, well, along the top of it. Over here. And then erase all the parts inside. Okay, so first time drawing in a Kylosaur. I like how this is turning out. I like how Goyle's looking here. So after then we need to do Triceratops. Then arrow slash tough ones. Yeah, alright. It's looking alright. Do I want to color him in now, or should I want to do everything else? I think I'll be good with all this for now. So let's go to my team here. There you are. Alright. Grab Triceratops over here. Copy. Paste you here. Get rid of this. And let's begin. And I'll get rid of Goyle for now. So that I could use this space as much as I want. If they can't fit, I'll just make the image size a bit bigger. Alright. So, I said it earlier in chat, well not in chat, earlier on stream, but I have very little experience drawing ceratopsians, so I get a reference to draw Triceratops. Alright. Which one do you look good? Some paleo art. Ooh, okay, I like how this one looks. Alright, so this one specifically of the Triceratops species, Triceratops porosus, by V-Cube Studios on DeviantArt, so check them out. And here we go. It looks nice. I do love the extra big kind of scales around here. I do believe we found Triceratops skin impressions that have these extra scales and not like the kind of tiny-ish ones that you see on like lizards and such that don't really stick out from each other. I don't know if I'm explaining it the best. Alright, so the head is definitely the most important part, probably, like visually. Gotta get this one right. Sharp beat down. Alright. So I'll just make a bunch of squiggles around here until they look in the general shape of what I want. There we go. Alright. Then the lower sort of jaw, sort of beak parts. I might be making this a bit too big, but that should be fine. Damn it. I'm gonna shorten it and also it's smaller, like around here. I'm gonna do a size compare. Yeah, it should be fine. Alright. Now for up here. No, that doesn't look good. Actually, I wanna. Yeah, no, that doesn't look right. Okay, let's draw more of, I guess, the lower side of the skull then. Then work my way up. This little part over here. Then it's the frill. Alright, and I'm actually going to make it more of like a fan, because these little kind of knobs you see along the side of the frill, I believe those are actually supposed to be reserved for like the subadult Triceratops that as they aged would start looking more neat like this. Without the little knobs there. Shape I'm making it doesn't seem quite right. Alright. Now, still something seems off about it. Alright, let's try here. Might be making the frill too tall, actually. It look more like a Torvosaurus, actually. Wait, did I say Torvosaurus or Taurus? I might have said Torvosaurus. Alright. Okay, look at the horns again. Stuff. Maybe around here. No. I think I need to move the Triceratops dino metal over here. Alright. Alright, I need to get rid of this. Okay, I think this... It looks alright, I guess. The bottom parts look alright. Top halves do need work. But they're a good placeholder. Alright. There we go. Yeah, alright, this will do for now. And then we have this here. I think I want to move part of the frill a bit more forward. A bit more of a slope around here. Let's see. Okay. It's getting a little bit better. Alright, I think I'll work with this for now. Got this. And... We need to move everything around in place so I can get to the rest of the... Well, probably don't want to do a whole body, maybe. I want to do more of it than just the head, at least. Maybe I should do the whole... Maybe I should do the whole part of each creature, actually. I want to try Ankylosaurus' tail, actually. Alright. Move this here. They lower the opacity of this one a bit more so I can see everything. I guess we don't need the dino metal right now, because we don't want to get the colors just yet. Alright. Alright, so the main body goes up quite a bit. Around here. You have a bit of a hunchback, I guess. Make it a tiny bit smaller then. Just so everything can fit here. Or maybe it's just so it doesn't look too big compared to Goyle. Alright. Alright, we get rid of this. Move it forward again. You know what? I can go out of screen a bit. I just said I could just make the image size bigger if I need to. Alright, there we go. So there's the tail, I guess. It's a bit small though. I want to check more references just to make sure it looks alright. It works. Might want it to be a tiny bit bigger. Maybe just a tiny bit. Alright. Where do I want to go? Okay, maybe around here. Maybe just a bit forward. Oh, alright. Alright, this one works. So now for the legs. And also, around here where the neck is, too. I think I'll do that one because it's a bit easier. Like this skin around here. Okay, hold on. Yeah, okay, I think that looks alright. Alright, so for the legs, I'd say they start around here, here, and then the feet are right around here. Alright, let's see. I might have made the legs too long, actually. We'll see. Okay, yeah, I might have made them too long. So I'm gonna shrink them down a bit. I think this should be alright. And then over here, front legs are a lot closer to the ground. Something like, from what I'm seeing, it's probably something like this. It does look like they're slightly built differently. Alright. And I guess the legs on the other side should be visible too. I want to have this foot over here raised up by a little bit. Alright. And there we go. They're kind of the same length. Guess these ones do start a bit lower. Hold on. I'm going to start like this. Yeah, it should still be fine. So this is gonna be the base Triceratops. This will be the line art for it. Alright. Low opacity. I'm going to have to resize the canvas quite a bit. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. Now we can stop having these overlap a bit. Alright, so line art. First we need to fix up the horns a bit. I'm gonna have a I'm more close by, so I can. Alright. And bad words. I want it around so I can really get the shape of the horns looking alright. Now. Alright, let me get rid of the base. I'll say it's acceptable. It's acceptable. Now for the other one. Okay, that. Most of it looks alright. Just need to get rid of. I'm gonna get rid of this part here and try again. Alright. Yeah, that should work for me. Alright, get a bit of the skin around where the horns are. Alright. Let's see how that looks without the base. Alright. Okay, it looks good. Now for the area with the nasal horn and the bill. I'm gonna get that down perfectly. I think the tip should be curving a bit more. Alright, I think that works. And a little hawk-like hook around for the here for the bill. Yeah, alright. And then for the bottom part. Now, well, alright. I want to redo this little part of the frill. Alright, looks good. Going. Alright, erase the little extra bits around here. Right hand, stay stable. Alright, it looks alright. I need to go to a little few parts where I feel like my hand kind of fidgeted and messed up the lines a bit. Alright. Then the curve around here. Alright. Alright, now I just want to have the eye around here. There we go. Where? This here. And you see where the beak ends and the rest of the mouth really begins. Found these. Okay, so this area actually, like, where I kind of cut it off, works just fine. Then something like this. Actually, no. Works a little bit better. And for the rest of the mouth. Oh, alright. I think it works. Probably will. I think we need to thin the tail out a bit here. Not too much. Alright. Gonna get rid of the base. Alright, yeah, this part. Gonna fix that. Alright, now for the skin. Right beneath the head. Now for the neck area. And the belly. Alright. Now for the legs. Alright. Very mammoth-like. But not mammoth. Elephant-like. Alright. Alright, we gotta put those there. Alright. Alright, so they're curved. I can barely see the kind of toe claws they have. So maybe something like this should be good. I think. I don't know. We should show like when it goes on the other side like this. See, that worked. Actually narrow things out around here, actually. Alright. Fix the toe here. Alright, I think this looks good. So now for over here. Alright, let's redo that. Alrighty. No. Okay, actually, maybe this one actually can work. I'll just... No. Let's try this, maybe. Have a curve thing up here. Let me get rid of the base. It looks awkward, yeah. Alright, I'll get rid of that. Okay. I might want to get a different reference for this. I want to see how their feet look when they're more up in the air. So, Kylosaur. Let me see what. Where am I? Still looking. I don't want. Let's see if Restored Kingdom has anything. Okay, there we go. For those of you who don't know, by the way, Prehistoric Kingdom is a park builder game, kind of like Jurassic World Evolution, with a bit more, I guess, of a lean towards scientific accuracies. But I think their models will be pretty good for this. Alright, here they are now. Let's bring them in here. Perfect. Have them here, and also lower the opacity. See through it all. Okay. I want to see a bit more on this one over here. That's what I need for this. Alright. Actually, I probably need to redo the foot around here. The actual leg itself, I think it's alright. I think. Alright. Alright. They're a bit sharper, I guess, than the Kylosaur ones. It's something like this. Should work. Try this. Probably move that one toe claw down a bit. Alright. Alright, so we go to this one then. Maybe this one would be a slightly better ref. Alright. Now It's something more like this. Just need to change that up. So I guess something like this, maybe? And then for the other two. Right, I think this looks good. I would fix up the lines for like we're a big squiggly, I guess. More smooth, there we go. Alright. Alright, I think these two legs are, the back legs are alright now, so gonna move on to the front ones. Alright. Well, something like this. I want to make the back of this like a bit more, I guess, wider, more muscly. There we go. Let's see. Alright. There we go. Now for the bottom. There we go. Alright, so hold on. Let me look at the feet again. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Alright. That's better. Does this one still look alright? Okay, I think that one works. This one... No, alright, hold on. I want to redo this one here. Get rid of that. Here we go. I need to look at this again. So we can see 4 of the toes like this. More spread out. Alright, something like this, I guess. I'm obviously gonna have to revise like some of these a bit, because that's kind of the general shape of how they look. I should have this part here probably a separate layer. I guess also kind of be like a base. Alright, so let's get rid of this and... Alright, not a big fan of this. Okay. I need to move... I feel like this toe needs to start moving. It needs to look more inward. So does this one. I think that's what I don't like about them. Okay, so I get these out of here. Alright. Might look a little more like one over here. There we go. I see that. It looks alright. So now for this one here. I gotta get a little bit here. I think this will look a bit better. And I lower this one. Alright. You know what? Yeah, okay. I think this one how it is. Get rid of this here. I think we're good for this leg. And now for the fourth one. I said that I want it into base. Pretty much the same, but a little higher up. So I guess we follow this leg over here as an example. Alright. Nice muscly. Make them pretty wide. Right, and and the toes are around here. Let me see, did it have a... Okay, it did have a bit of a curve like this. Alright. First toe. Good. Next one. Good. And last one. Good. Maybe I want to revise that one a bit. That looks good now. Let's get rid of everything. Okay. You know what? It's not bad, I'd say, for my first Triceratops. Like, first real attempt at drawing a Triceratops. I'm gonna look at it again, though. Because I feel like I might want to move the front side of, like, the front of the face a bit more forward. Maybe a little less. I think here should be good. Yeah, it looks like it should be. Right on. Not that last bit. Alright. And I think the nasal horn might need a bit of retuning. But otherwise, it's on its way to being done. Alright. Got this. There we go. Curve it a bit more. Alright, so that's our Triceratops. Looking good. And the nostril looks like it's over here. Like I want to make it a bit smaller. But a place when I make it that big. Alright. Alrighties. Here is our Triceratops. Ready to go? And here we have Goyles. So I want to do what I said before, and I want to try and make the rest of them, instead of just having him be cut out in the final. Well, it might be cut up in the final bit. I don't know if I want the whole thing in, but I mean, I want to at least try and draw out his entire body. It'll be good practice, at least. Alright, so I want to have everything out for Goyle again. An interesting thing to note, the specific kind of Ankylosaur Kylosaurus was specifically part of Nodosaurid branch of Ankylosaurids. So unlike Ankylosaur, like some other Ankylosaur groups, they didn't have the big tail clubs. Instead, they're just kind of more normal, like. But some would make it up, like in Gastonia, I think. In their case, their tails would have these little sharp osteoderms to the max, basically. So they kind of, I don't know the way to describe it, but it'd be kind of like a saw blade with like a bunch of sharp edges that they would kind of lash their tails at predators. And that, you could argue that might actually be more dangerous than the tail clubs. Tail clubs break your bones, but I mean they don't make you bleed like a Gastonia's tail would. It depends on like which you think is worse. And that would be why no matter what kind of Ankylosaur you're up against, don't get the riled up, ever. Unfortunately, probably won't have to worry about that, but in the case dinosaurs do manage to come back, keep a safe distance from any Ankylosaurs. And now that I think about it, there are quite a few dinosaur-like cryptids out there. Like, what is the name? It's like with something Membe. Somewhere in Africa where people think they see like a fairly small sauropod that likes living around in rivers and such. I guess you could also technically count Nessie, though. I mean, she's an example of a cryptid that might be a surviving prehistoric creature, but not quite dinosaur, because she's believed to be more of a plesiosaur instead, usually. I kind of have my doubts, fortunately. There's a lot of reasons to believe that they really don't exist anymore, but I mean, I want to keep my hopes up. I mean, what do we do? On the off chance we do find wild dinos just roaming about, it wouldn't be the first time science has kind of surprised us with extinct creatures. I remember coelacanth was a prehistoric fish that everyone thought died out millions of years ago until one was just kind of rediscovered swimming about in like 1940s, I believe, somewhere around then. So you never know. I doubt some of the other theories though, like Megalodon still being alive and like living in the Mariana Trench. Because like their main meal was whales, so, and there aren't any whales down there as far as I know, so it'd be kind of bad for their survival if they were to hang out around there for no reason. And I think we probably see at least one point if Megalodon was real. we'd see at least one whale carcass lying around with like a really big bite taken out of it. Like, no matter how elusive a creature is, there should be some sign they're there. And they don't have a reason really to hide from us, like, in their minds. I don't know. Also, another weird thing about megalodons. Learned not too recently that I believe they're supposed to be more closely related to sand tiger sharks, I think it was, than great white sharks, which more people kind of connect them to. That's kind of an interesting thing to know. I haven't seen many much paleo art of megalodon in a while, so I wonder if anyone's done anything like recently due to that discovery. I mean, I think most paleo nerds have probably long since just not been comparing them to only the great white shark, but I'm interested to see what people think megalodon looks like now. Oh, and hello, River Drawing. Thank you for the raid and the host. Welcome to the stream, and I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Thank you for stopping by. And also, you rated, so I guess that you were streaming before this, in which case I hope it was super fun, and y'all had a good time. Alright. And I think that's Goyle pretty much done. I still want to do something about kind of like the face, really. Looks off. Alright, but that's 2 out of the 3 members of my Fossil Fighters team finally done, so now it's time for the big guy. My starter, Efla. I do not want to save it. That's just fine. There we go. And I'll get rid of these 2. Alright, so Tefla. Originally, when I first got Tefla, didn't really look like just like the theropod you see right now with like the butterfly wings around it. This is actually I think it's like a super revival form. Or Roustion, who in game looks something a little more like this. So for the sake of drawing it as sort of paleontologically accurate as I can, because I'm a paleo nerd deep down inside, I think I want to base off Tefla off a Roustion. I need to find a good art piece of it. Ooh. Alright, this one looks... All of these actually look really good. Hold on. Alright. So, this was made... Well, I guess these were made by Jagged Fang's Designs on Art Station. And I say these because the amount of angles they have in all these pictures, they look really good at going to help out quite a bit with this art piece. Front side view, shot view, and oh, they have a male and female version too. That looks pretty. Let's. Oh, they have a little animation at the bottom too. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I should show you guys that. You know, give you a little motivation to go search it for yourself, see for yourself what it looks like. Looks nice though. Very smooth animation. I think it looks really good too. And let me look at these actually. Actually, I want to use the male and female comparison too. So these give a really good shot of Marostion's hand claws. Because for those of you who don't know, Mega is part of the Megaraptora group, which are pretty much one of the few dinos very well known for like significantly large hand claws. The shape of how they looked actually got the first leader of the first diagnosed member of their group mistaken for a dromaeosaur like Velociraptor, and it's the name Megaraptor. Because these hand claws, they're sickle shaped and they do look quite a bit like a Velociraptor's toe claws. That's a bit of dino trivia for you. But anyway. I kind of want to have him be flying a bit since like those wings. I want to draw them in action. Plus, I know from the game he has some moves where he actually does fly up in the air for a bit. So I want to try that. I want to shrink everything out of the heck. I can have as much space as possible. Alright. Move you down here too. Alright. Alright, so Rusty has a pretty elongated kind of face too. Like a fairly long snout. Alright. So let's start with something like this. Actually, I want to see. Okay, there's not much of a dip from the top of the head to the snout area, so something like this should be alright. Alright. Actually, you know what? Maybe I think the lower jaw could be open a bit. Let's see how it was. There we go. Get rid of this part here. quite right, but I think this looks good, sort of. Alright. Now for the skin underneath the lower jaw, around the neck. There we go. Alright, I think this looks good. I'll get rid of Teflon Dino Metal for now. I think you're going to have to increase the size of the canvas for the tail. Yeah. It's way a big guy. For the tail. Just a rough sketch. This is not going to be the actual tail. Definitely, it's a lot more skinnier than how it looks up here. Alright. Theropods are a little more my speed than the other two herbivores I had on my team, so shouldn't have as much issue. Actually, I guess, hold on. Because I want arrows to be flying here. I want the legs to maybe be kind of flowing back, I guess. To put it in lack of better terms. Yeah, okay, there we go. Alright, now for the arms. We gotta give him super big hand claws. And also fun fact about Megaraptorans. One member in particular, Seats, it was one of like the last few non-Tyrannosaur apex predators before T-Rexes took over, and then, well, Tyrannosaurus took over and they started going extinct. So I guess in the sense some would say they're kind of like the last one to hold off the takeover of Tyrannosaurus. I guess that's something interesting to know. And we came out on top. Alright. So I think that's alright for now. So gross. Line art, Teflon line art, lower the opacity too. Alright. Here we go. bit more. Alright. Get rid of the base. Alright, I think it looks alright. So the little skin flap here, like I normally do for my theropods. And turn the base back on. There we go. Back of the head. That works. There we go. Alright, so I take a good look at the tails. Alright. So it's a little something like this. There we go. Alright. Alright, let me look at about the base. Yeah, alright, I say I'm satisfied with how it looks. Alright, so now for the look, I guess kind of like dewlap, not really. A little bit of skin underneath the mouth area. I don't know if it really be considered like a dewlap or not. Kind of just how I like to draw my theropods, though. I don't know what everyone else's preference really is. Alright. Let me check. The legs are fairly thin for theropod. We're pretty lightly built predators, so. Alright. So here is where the toes would be. Hold on, actually, let me see. Yeah, okay. They would be here. It has to be a little bent more like this. So now, I want to see their. Alright. Maybe a little more something like. There we go. Alright. There we go. The legs look a bit weird. I don't know why. Let me look at the legs again. So there's this part up here, and kind of down here. Maybe I should thin out the legs a bit. Let's see if that helps. There we go. Nope, hold on. Right down here. Alright, I think this should be good. And now for this leg over here. Actually, what? Hold on. It should be fine if the legs kind of overlap a bit. Actually, it might look a little too thin around here. Just alright, so there's one toe claw. There's another toe claw. And here's the third toe claw. There we go. Alright, let me look at this actually at the base. Did it look alright? Maybe this. Okay, I'm gonna try redoing this one and see if maybe the claws just look better backwards. Okay, it looks a bit awkward still, but maybe you change it up a bit. Alright, hold on. There we go. This claw looks a bit crooked though. So I think I want to redo that one. Alright. It kind of works, alright. So now I want to have a little claw over here on the side of the foot that their paws all had. Well, most at least. I don't know if all of them had it. It's a nice little addition I like to put in. Alright, so now for the arms. Arguably the most important part. Here. Alright. Alright. Let's see. They're incredibly curved, and all of them seem to be that way in this model, at least. Okay. Here we go. Nah, that. I need to fix that last tidbit again. There we go. Alright, we actually need to. I think we need to move these a bit. Yeah, I think this should be alright. Hold on. Maybe something more like this. Alright. There we go. Alright. Also need kind of a little bit of wrinkles around the sides of the fingers. Get rid of the base to see how it looks. It's not bad. It's kind of the first time I've drawn a Megaraptorian, like, or really any theropod with like these extensively long claws. Like, I drawn some Spinosaurus with fairly long claws, but I haven't drawn like Baryonyx yet or anything like that. So I think it's turned out alright. So now for the other one. Alright, so I want a second one. Well, here are the other claws. Maybe we should move them a bit up. Actually, no, I think they're alright like this. So let's do this. Alright. I need to do this in a way that kind of convincingly shows that claws are supposed to be facing like each other in a sense, like maybe something like this, because that is how dinosaur hands, well, at least theropod hands typically are. I think like the scientific term is that their hands are supposed to be supinated, meaning that the palms are always facing each other, as opposed to facing just the ground, which you kind of see a lot in most dinosaur media, like Jurassic Park. I guess one way to say is that the incorrect way that kind of have people see a lot is they're prognatic, which is kind of like hands down, like they're about to slam a desk, whereas the correct version is supinated, where their hands are always looking like they're ready to clap. Which has always been my favorite kind of metaphor for what supinated hands are like. I don't know, something about just how silly it sounds. The large theropod being ready to just clap their hands any seconds. Alrighties. Let's narrow down the claws a tiny bit more. Because their claws are kind of supposed to be like little sabers. Sides. Goals. Can I do it? Well, it looks a bit more like just has two left hands. I can. So I'm gonna get rid of these. Okay, maybe they should be more like this. nope, not like that. Vertical. Alright, I wanna try with this. Let's move the arms over here. Oh, I did. Alright. Fix that a little bit over there. Alright. Guess I'll do this. It's not the best, but it'll do. It'll do. Alright, so anyways. Let's get this bit out. Alright. I wanna get out Shrike and Goyle. Let's see, is there enough space here for everyone? Okay, it looks like there is. Alright. So Goyle and Tefla up here. Okay, you can't really go anywhere else. Too big. Alright, but... Alright. So now... we need to get into the more, I guess... I don't know what... more imaginary versions of Tefla, since this isn't just any ordinary Arovsteon. So they had little butterfly wings over on each side of his face, and then over around where the legs are. Plus this part over here, which I say is around his neck. Alright. There he goes. So he's kind of a butterfly shape. And they have little bits around here that kind of droop down. Kind of like, I think, a tiger swallowtail butterfly. I believe that's what they're called. Alright, so we give them that. This is a bit awkward still, so... I want to review that. There we go. Alright, there we go. Cool. Just slightly higher up. Alright, there we go. over here. Yeah, I can do this. My hand will stop fidgeting. Watch. Alright, hold on. Let me try this instead. There we go. Alright, now for the big butterfly wings up here on his legs. So we need to get rid of this part here, actually. Now that I think about it, now that I think about it, I want to make a few adjustments here. There we go. There we go. Something like that. Alright, and then this little tidbit over here. Alright, this looks good. This looks good. Alright. Now for this side. Let's see. Up on it. Get rid of a little bit over there. And then a little bit like a little tail, I guess, around here. There we go. Go. Alright, so there's also a little tidbit around here. I'll put that there. I'll see what else I can get of Hefla from Fossil Fighters. Let me see. Okay. There's not really much else. Can't get a much better look at Tefla's, I guess, like model much better than this. So I guess I'll go with just how this looks for now. This. Alright. Now I want to come up, I want to make the patterns too. Actually, maybe I should unmerge them. Make it a bit more convenient. Alright. Let's do this. Then this. There we go. Alright, actually, I want to do this one. Redo this one. Do a butterfly wing. Alright, there we go. Alright. No. Alrighty. Alright, let's go look around over here. Alright. That's there. Okay. Let's do this. Alright. Something like this. Now for over here. And there we go. Get rid of this bit too. Alright, so what next? Alright, here. Kind of the same procedure, I'd say. Let me see again. Okay. Nice. Let's do this. Into the spot. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Alright, so pretty much the same over here as well. So, this way. Okay, it's actually not too visible from theirs. Let me see. Okay, you can sort of see it, but not. I'll make it like this for now. And, let's see. These bits over here on the main side, or like the main wing. So let's see. Rest of it. Okay. Okay, so there's that one there. There we go. Alright, so bit here. There we go. And this one's. This part's, these parts over here. And that should be good, I think. Alright, so now we need to do some of the other stuff, like just nostrils, teeth, eyes, all that. Alright, there's the eye there. And the teethies. Okay, actually, hold on. I want to try. Let's see, where is the headshot actually? Or a roastion. I want to use that one. Oh, there we go. Alright. Now let's get the teeth in here. Let me get back onto the right layer. I don't want to put it in the wrong place. Okay, so let's see. Well, wait. They're all straight. That gets smaller around the back. Alright. Teeth are pretty thin too. I think I want to make it a bit smaller for these. There we go. Ow. Now let me. It can't be too big. There we go. There we go. Long, thin teeth. They go pretty much straight. There we go. Alright. And I think that's pretty much the main work for I can't find words. Hefla pretty much done. Okay, so let's see. Now it's time for the fun part. Let's plan out colorings. Let's see. I'm gonna have this above. There we go. To move it around here too. Alright, and here's the line I for Goyle. And I have a layer just for coloring. Color Goyle. Okay. I did say I wanted to change up the horns, like the facial horns, but show you what I want to try working on that a bit. Try to take more inspiration from that, from the actual. You know, that's actually already an improvement than what I had before, in my opinions. And then have that there. Alright, and then for the eyes. Alright, let's see his actual eyes. There's quite a bit of black around here. So I'll give him some of that. And then yellow. Kind of. It's a bit hard to see though. Alright, so this blue up here shall make up the rest of them. Alright. Let's get all this. Alright. Let's keep going. Actually, maybe I want to go for a slightly darker purple, maybe. Yeah, I think this one looks way better. Alright, so let's keep going. Let's see, what's the... Okay, the face is actually just... Well, the bill is pretty much the same color, so we can do that. Alright. Ooh, alright. It's the spines and the... Alright. I need to look out for those. I don't want to mess those up. This should be good. And I can always do a bit of extra coloring around just in case. And it looks like I do. Yeah, there's quite a bit of white in between color and the black lines. We need to clean those up. Alright. I mean, it does the majority of the work for me at least, but I kind of wish this method was a bit more efficient for getting all the coloring done. kind of a little bit of a tidbit here because it leaked out a small amount. Alright. I want to go clean everything on the legs first before I get over to the spines. I feel like those are going to be a little more difficult to do. Alright. There we go, a little more neat now. Tiny bit more neat. Turn on a razor by mistake. Sorry about that. Oh, alright then. Alright, we're going straight into the spines then. Alright then. Might as well get everything here while I can. Alrighties. You know, now that I think about it, I didn't really do much actual fossil hunting when playing Fossil Fighters Champions. At least not unless I was grinding off stream. Otherwise, it was just mostly just going straight through the story, and I just grabbed like the first dino I got from here and went with it. I ain't really bad with explaining things. When I first started off, well, after we got saved from that Allosaurus with the help of, I forgot his name, it was the cowboy guys. I think it was Max. That's Joe Wild West. Yeah, after we got saved by him, he gave us arrows who would later super revive into Tefla. After we came across, I think it's like a wondrous fossil rock. And then after that, when we were going through the tutorial and everything, we got a free Triceratops essentially, because they gave us a Triceratops fossil rock to teach us how to do reviving and such. But they'd already given us 2 dinos right off the bat. And then after that, I remember doing a small amount of fossil digging to get the 3rd dino just to have a full team, and didn't do much like in terms of team building after that. And that last dino, which I found in the beginner area, was, I'm pretty sure, Goyle here's. And he carried his support skills along with Triceratops. They got us very far throughout the whole story without me really changing anyone out for anyone else. Actually, I don't think I did that at all this time around. I did a bit for the first Fossil Fighters game, but for Champions, it was pretty much the whole team the whole way through. Oh, and there was my favorite memory of Goyle probably was just last stream probably. I think I was going up against Rupert in the big finale for the Kylosaur. Was it Fossil Cup or Battle Cup? Whatever, it was the main tournament thingy. the grand finale of it all, I heavily underestimated Rupert, honestly. It's the first time I think Tefla's ever actually, like, gone down to 0 HP and lost. I always had Triceratops in as, like, the backup DPS / support. Even he went down at the end, at the very end. It was just Goyle, and I forgot what it was, but I think Rupert had just a bunch of Rajasauruses, and it was literally just Goyle, and that, like, one Raja. I thought I was going to lose because they're all pretty much heavy hitters on Rupert's team. But with his strongest move, Goyle actually won it for us, and I was able to get through that battle first try. So I definitely have him to thank for that. Though in most other battles, he's usually the one that gets targeted and then first to fall, unfortunately. But that was one exception I was very happy to have. Otherwise, I probably might have replaced Goyle for a different supporter if I had lost. And actually, I don't remember exactly, but while I was doing a bit of grinding a few days ago, I actually did come across some more fossil rocks to make my Venusaurs go through super revives. And I'm pretty sure I gave one to Goyle. So now he's just slightly... It wasn't the wondrous fossil rocks like the ones that turned arrows into Tefla. So all he did was really change color. But I like keeping him like this, because this is how I remember Goyle by. Honestly, I didn't know what I was going to think of Fossil Fighters Champions after I finished the first game and said to everyone that I was going to do Champions up next. Like, it was such a fun game, the first one, and I've heard of the kind of mixed reception that Fossil Fighters Frontier got, the latest game in this franchise. So, hopefully not the last though, but I was wondering how Champions would hold up, and honestly, it really did. I actually would say to some extent I liked it more than the first game. With the exception of probably some of the characters. Like, Champions characters are great and all, but I really did love the Dinorians from the first games. Especially Luna's. Wait, is it Luna? No, it's Duna. I guess Josie was, I'd say, just about every character in Champions is, well, I wasn't every, but most are probably better than Josie in the first game was. But again, the Dinorians were really cool. And I say Joe Wild West, well, I did kind of forget his name earlier. I say he's a more memorable kind of mentor character than the professor from the first Fossil Fighters game. Sort of. The guy in the first game was memorable too, though I don't remember his name. Professor... No, never mind, actually. Yeah, I remember. Actually, he was really helpful around the very end of the stories. Same as Joe Wild was, I guess. For those of you who don't know. But he... I don't know, I can't say they both... I guess they're around dead even in terms of how much I like them. They're both really good mentor characters that helped out in the story to a good extent. But again, I still feel like the Dinorians from the first game were still my favorite characters out of the whole franchise. Maybe because they're dino people and I'm a dino person myself, so that could be it. But I will say I was kind of disappointed when I didn't see any Dinorian, like Venusaur trainers running around in Champions, because the first game, they did say they would try to have, like King Dino said that he wanted his kind, and also Duna, that they wanted Dinorians to live alongside humans. I mean, maybe canonically they're still hanging out with humans at like Venusaur Island, and just not where the Kyle Steel Cup is being held, but it still would have been nice to see some people running around. I mean, Jaylene was it Jaylene? I don't know who was Jaylene. No, it's Pauline. Pauline was from the Digidic tribe from the first game, I'm pretty sure. The chieftain even made a cameo around the middle of the stories. That was nice, but again, I wish the Dinorians had a callback too. Like, it might have even been nice to see, like, Gudnash's brains somehow resurrected and, like, decide to become good guys, or just mellow out, or maybe just minor antagonists for, like, the main characters of Fossil Fighters Champions to take out. Or maybe even they could have even had the main character from Fossil Fighters, like the first game, come back, and maybe we could have the option to fight him, kind of like Red in some of the Pokemon games. I think that could have been cool. I wonder what kind of team they would have if that were to happen. I guess Spinax is pretty much a guarantee since it's the starters. Who else? I guess. I remember a friend of mine saying that a lot of people chose was I think it was like S-Raptor for their game throughs. What was it? Walkthroughs. So maybe they would be part of a theoretical NPC team for the Fossil Fighters hero. Maybe. Well, oh, shoot, hold on. I did not realize I was on the line art. It's a color for Triceratops. Really proud of how they looked on how it came out, honestly. Wait, hold on. I'm on the wrong layer again. Alright. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Now I did it, right? Okay. There we go. I heard my dog barking a bit earlier. I think he's alright now. Definitely go check on him once the stream's over. Hopefully a family member can take care of him. I might go open the door for him later if he gets upset again. Alright. Alright. There we go. Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. Alright. Give me a sec. I gotta let my dog go inside for a bit. Where's a good boy? No. Where's a good boy? Good boy. Yeah, good boy? Yeah, you're a good boy. Okay. Alright. Alright, he's happy now. Alright. He's just gonna play around on my bed and also have a few toys for him. Now I can focus on this. Get rid of a little extra white around here. Alright, let's get rid of all these one foul swoop. Alright, now for this leg over here. Alright. And then once this is done, we need to get a bit of our tan coloring for the sides and some parts. Trying to remember any good memories I had with Triceratops on my teams. I don't know. I mean, he was a good backup sometimes. Back when it was just arrows, and he would still lose like a bit more frequently than when he used Teflas. But even those, I don't remember Triceratops getting us through anything too memorable. Definitely not the same extent as Scoil's comeback during the fight with Rupert's. I guess just all around, Triceratops was a pretty solid member of the team. I mean, his support skills were a pretty big reason we were able to get this far. At the very least, I was happy to have him be the first dinosaur I ever revived in Fossil Fighters Champions. Even though it was technically scripted and we don't really have a choice in which dino we get to revive first. You know, they gave us the best revived starter we could have gotten. Whereas, arrows and the other dinos you can get from Joe Wild West, or they were already revived. There we go. Alright, we have a little few tidbits around here that need to be cleaned up. I did not check the time until now. It's 3 hours now. And we're still gonna keep going, because we're not done yet, but you know, it's interesting. I don't usually go on for this long. Though I guess in most cases I would be talking a bit more, and I don't feel like I've been doing that quite too much with you guys, unfortunately. I'm sorry. But I'm trying. Oh, whoops. Let's get rid of that little bit over there. Alright. And I think that is it for the main colors. Alright, so around here. This is when it gets more interesting. So one horn here. Let's see, they have 2 rings on each horn. around the base. So let's do that. There we go. Oh, and I guess I'll do this. And then I'll turn the parts that need to turn white later. Actually, hold on, I can do it right now. I guess lightish gray, really. Nice. Okay, actually. Alright, there we go. We do this. And a few rings. Like. No, not. Wrong brush. There we go. Alrighty. Wait, oh. My bad. Wrong layer again. But you know what, I actually didn't mind, because I think when the lines were... I don't know what word for it, but it didn't look right. So I want to do this again. Oh wait, hold on. Okay. Try this again. Okay. Go here. Go back to color. Don't want to renew that last bit. Go to color. Here we go. Nice. There we go. Let's do this. Go here. And make some very small rings around here. Alright, I got it right this time. So let's also go around here. Alright, going to... I guess gotta redo the rings again. I know what to do though. Okay, I don't want to make them too much bigger than the one on the nasal horn. Yeah, okay, that's better. Because they're pretty small over here too. Alright, so let's see what else. Okay, so the front around here, the back, some of the legs. They have a bit of brown around them with patches of darker brown. Alright. We're gonna do this. Alright. Start by doing this over here. Alright. Over here. And it goes down over to the horns. So, around the horns. I think I'll do this. Yeah, I think this works. Alright, all along the back. There we go. There we go. So all along the back now. And probably to the end of the tail too. There we go. Alright. And some along the side of the face too. Let's go with that. Something like this. Okay, this looks. There we go. This works. And then along the front of the legs. There we go. Okay, not too far up though. So I think I'll do this. Alright. Clean this part here too. And then also the back legs, and then we need to do the darker brown parts here. Alright. Does it reach it? Okay, it does reach the toes actually. Well, okay, for all the legs. Alright, so hold on. Alright, there we go. Okay, so this is good. I think that should be it. I don't see anything else I need to color. Well, like for the lighter brown parts. So, darker brown. There we go. Yeah, alright, so just keep doing this. Keep going. Alright, and then, alright, over to the sides. It looks like they kind of have like stripes here. can do that. There we go. Alright, we just keep doing that then, and there we go. Keep it up. Alright. Okay, hold on. I would like this. And I need a bit just to do some shading. Hold on. Okay, lower it up just a bit. Alright, there we go. I think that works. Ooh, also we need to do the eyes, actually. So for the color, there we go. And then line arts. You get a bit of. You put some lines around the eyes. Alright, there we go. That's Goyle and Triceratops both done. And I honestly really like how it turned out. So now comes Hefla. Alright. Alright, let me flip to Hefla's line art. Alright. Starters. There's a bit of cyan in his eyes. So we need Hefla color. There we go. Actually, I want to have his eyes looking back like one of his teammates over here. Alright. There we go. Alright, and then this kind of yellow all around. So go over here. Whoops, I'll do this. There we go. I should probably have something in the background, just so it's easier to see everything. Ooh, right, hold on. So I am missing a few things from the others. Alright, so I need to do all of these. So, color Goyle. Get a bit of white here. And let's see, where's his the dino metal? Gargoyles Dynamanolis. Where's the layer for it? Nope, that ain't it. Oh, there you are. Alright. Okay, so your claws are actually red, it seems. Alright, so if I am on the right layers, so they put some red over here for you. Lovely red. I almost looks like a nail polish for him. Goyle wants to look beautiful. Alright, now for Triceratops. Alright. Color. There's a lightish gray. So we can do that. I don't know what kind of background I want to draw though. Last time it was kind of like a beach area. With like a bit of jungle in the back. I want to do something like a plains area, kind of, for here. I think that would look nice. Alright, so for over here. Alright, we got... Alright, now back to arrows. Well, I guess arrows, Teflots, they're kind of the same. Tefla's just the super evolved, well, super reviver form of arrows. I don't remember the exact term, it's something like that. Alright, so the claws all look like this. Pretty much, so... Goes. Get all arrows / Tefla's claws nice and colored in. Honestly, I'm surprised how underrated the Fossil Fighter games really are. Like, it's probably I wouldn't say it's too like unacknowledged. Like, it's probably on the same level or more remembered even than Actually, it's probably on the same level as maybe Dinosaur King because of the show. Though I don't think many people know about the TCG game, at least not like here in the US. At least it's mostly a thing in Japan. But like, I feel like this franchise, I feel like it could have been good for like a TV show. Or maybe a few more games in the future if they decide to revive the series. I hope they do. I'm pretty sure the T-Rex for Fossil Fighters was used as like a stamp, sticker, or spirit thing. for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, so Nintendo hasn't forgotten about it. Maybe we'll get a new game down the line. Maybe I shouldn't get my hopes up. Doesn't hurt to wish. I mean, if they do, hopefully they learn from the people who made Fossil Fighters Frontier, I think it was, and it just don't do any of that. Because I know a lot of people were kind of iffy about that last one. On Friday, when I'm going to finally finish up the game, I know I'm going to finish up the main story at least, but there's still so many things I want to do still. Like, if I remember, I know there's a way you can at least battle the Dinosaurs from the first game, and I want to know how you can do that. And I want to know if there's anywhere else you can find some old characters from the first game, and I don't think you can revisit the old like the island that the first game took place on, but I want to try, see if there is. And also, another thing is, I haven't gotten a T-Rex yet, so I don't know if I want to keep going. Well, like, move on from champions until I find one. I technically did get one in the first Fossil Fighters game, but I did at least get Guanlong, who can transform into a T-Rex. I don't know if everyone really counts that, but I sort of do. But I haven't in any way gotten T-Rex yet for champions, so I might just do a thing where I don't end the stream until I get a T-Rex, maybe. Who knows? And honestly, I really loved the Fossil Fighters games, and I wish I could have played them as a kid, because I didn't have a DS back then. Wish I did. And I have one now, but I got it back when I was maybe like 13-ish, like 6 years ago. I think. Should be around 6 years ago. Alright, so now I'm gonna have a separate coloring over here for Alrighty, let's do this. For this part here. I don't know how we're gonna go about this. I guess I could just do this. Yeah, I'm gonna do this and get rid of everything outside. It does look kind of nice, having like it glow, sort of. Alright. Alright, so that's that. Really don't know what this part is supposed to be. I wonder if it's supposed to be feathers or something. If that's the case, I probably want to do something a bit different than what I have here for it. I think I'll leave it be for now. I think the fin look is alright too. Alright, so let's get all this out of here. And we need to do this. Alright, I think that's good now. So let's see. Yeah, we gotta do over here too. I don't want it to get out the lines. Alright. Now for over here. Alright. Oh, no, hold on. I want to damage the legs. I could get rid of these. Alright, so these parts are supposed to be different colors anyway, so here we go. Wait, alright. Gonna make that a bit smaller. Alright, so let's see. Now let's move on to this here. There he goes. The dark blue areas. Get the little drippy parts, I guess, over here. That way to describe it. Like, I guess the tails of the wing? I don't know. Alright, so I'm looking at I look at I can't talk to the other my other screen, but it's, okay, there it goes. I don't know why it wasn't loading the screen for some reason. Okay, it seems to be back now. I swear it had gone down or something. I think it's just the internet connection here, maybe, hopefully. You guys can tell me if you were having any issues. Okay. All seems good here, though. Yep, alright, everything seems alright now, so I'm gonna get through all of this. Actually, let me check. Yes, make sure I didn't miss. Oh wait, hold on. I think I missed some. Arc Slayer said, hi earlier. Hey Arc, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. Sorry if I missed you earlier, or if you spoke in chat just now. I did not mean to. And I hope you're having a good day today. Alright, so let's keep going with this. I wish I could see the details, maybe. In chat of like when messages were sent out. But Ark, I hope you hear me. We heard me just now. Alright, so moving on. Alright, our the wing is looking good. Alright, so now for this part over here. Alright. So it kind of makes up like the front parts, like the top and front. I can't word it. The top parts of the wing and also other areas too. Alright. Keep going with this. There we go. Alright. Alright, so we do these parts over here. go. Alright, and the other one too. Alright, hold on. There we go. Alright, then. Alright, everything else shouldn't be a problem then. So we do, yeah, we do those parts. Few tidbits here and there. Alright. Now once we finish up with this wing, then it's down here to the lower one. Alright, and once this is... once we get all of these done, then I guess it'll be time to do the backgrounds, I guess. There we go. Wait, whoops. Not that. That's better. Oh, whoops, hold on. Okay. Let me go around here. Alright. There we go. Alright, so I just want to check to make sure, yeah. This is pretty much all we need to do left. All that's left to do, or it was just the wings around here. I guess also maybe a bit of shading. There we go. Alright. Last tidbit here. Alright, and that is all the other bits around here are light blue. Alright. Make sure it's all of them, yeah. Go. Hold on. I'm gonna. Oh wait, no. Doesn't go down to the bottom parts, just the first 3 parts of the wing. we go. Alright. Alright, so just go through these parts here. Oh, I was wondering where the music went. Alright. I don't know why I'm still using my mouse sometimes. So, even though my stylus is working now. I guess it's just kind of been a habit now. I've been using my mouse a lot more. Since I've been making some image edits lately on Twitters. It's kind of part of, I guess, like, the little adventures of chibi Tyrannos that I've been doing lately. They've been fun. And I feel like the image edits that I make kind of help with the immersions. Kind of wish I could bring out the kind of like chaotic little bit of gremlin energy I have in Chibi Tyranno into like my actual self when I'm streaming. But maybe someday I'll grow to start being a bit like more open and let out a bit more energy. Maybe. Alright. But for now, wait. Oh. I messed up a few parts here. Should be fine though. Alright. I want to do a bit of shading for Tefla. Oh wait, hold on. Forgot to select a few parts. Oh wait, hold on. Now I was on the wrong layer. Okay, so we do this. This and this. Yeah, I think I'm on the right layer here. Huh? You okay, Lucas? You okay, buddy? Alright. Alright, I think I'm going to get rid of some parts around of the shading around here. Alright, there we go. There we go. Doesn't work well with the wings. Alright. Alright, so that is it for my main team as it is for drawing them. Now I need to come up with a background. I also need to open the door for Lucas. Alright, there we go. Now he's free to roam around outside. Well, not outside, but like outside my room. He's still in the house. Alright. Let's see, what do... go for like a large grassland kind of area. Let's see. I'm not the best at drawing backgrounds, though, unfortunately. Okay, at the very least, I know I'm going to have, like, the sky up here. With, like, some clouds here as well. There we go. That arrow's flying around there. What else? Don't know. Alright, let's put this layer over here. I guess I'll have something like this, maybe. And then maybe something slightly darker. Here. I don't know. I don't like how it looks. Let me see. What if I do this, maybe, actually? Alright, and then alright, let's do this. It's kind of, I guess, something more like a wasteland kind of look. Dark brown too. There we go. Oh, actually, this could be kind of like a savanna-ish area, if you think about it. Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah, alright. Alright, so have it all around here in the back areas. Ooh, okay, I like how it looks. And then around here, probably a few patches of grass around here as well. Okay. Kind of scatter it about. There we go. Alright, it looks nice. And then up here, I want to have a little extra grass. Ooh, I wanted to kind of cover up the Triceratops' speed a bit, so makes everything look a little more 3D, I guess. Ooh, same here. Actually, maybe I can even have quite a bit of grass around here, so it's like Goyle's eating it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay, this... Alright, looks nice. Let's see, this is all... So let's... bring this down here. Fill it... Okay. Fill it in with black. It's kind of a trick I like to do to make shadows. Alright. Hold on. Let me get rid of the extra bits around here. There we go. Alright, there they are. So, lower the opacity quite a bit. Go to Gaussian blur. This is what I personally like to use, at least. Put that there. Alright, nice. Now for Goyle. Let's see. Up there's Goyle's color. Okay, put that there. Select. There we go. Alright. Lower that. Alright, it's good. So what? I do remember, 46. That's the opacity there we go. 45, but it works. So, Gaussian blur. Turn it back. There we go. And I guess I can have something for Tefla flying up here in the air. Actually, I'll see if I get rid of the extra color. Okay. I guess I'll just... I will have a magical flying, Tefla, I guess. Alright, let's see. Okay, this is everything. So I can... Alright, I make this darker. Alright. I'll bring it down here. Alright, there we go. Wait, hold on. So I did change color. Let me fix that. Alright, lower the opacity again. I need to alright. see if it's got Gaussian blur. Alright, so I'll save this as a PNG and then go to the other version and have all the extra stuff added on. Combine these. Okay, yep, here they are. So, put these down here. Alright, so select them, invert, get black for them. And have them down here sort of merge. With the shadow for normal Erostions. There we go. So let's get rid of some areas that are like overlapping. Alright, let's do this. There we go. So, well, actually, no. We already have one of these, so the normal version. So, save it as being free, so I don't go over the other one. Alright, so this is pretty much it now. So Fossil Fighters Champions team artwork complete. Finally, after 4 hours. Alright, so big thank you to everyone who stopped by and stuck around for so long. I hope you all had fun today watching me draw these dino friends of mine. And hope you all have a good rest of your day. Hope to see you on Friday when we finish Fossil Fighters Champions. And some more of my streams where we can just play games, draw, have a jolly good time, be buddies. Until that time comes though, hope you all have a good rest of your day. Take care, and bye-bye. Oh, hold on. Transition isn't working for some reason. Alright. There we go. Bye-bye for real then.